with a script. Good night, everyone. First, let me welcome you all to the launch of my first book, the first of many, I hope. I am so happy to share this milestone with all of you. You know, it is not coincidence that none of you are here, that all of you are here, in fact, because for me, there are some people who you meet, with whom your lives intersect, and those people play an integral role in shaping who you are, enriching your experiences, and igniting your imagination. So everybody in this room is special to me in some way. But first, I would like to welcome Mrs. Hortense Carrington. Mrs. Carrington guided me through classes 3 and 4 at primary school. And I credit her with laying the foundation for everything I have achieved in my life. And let me say she's a teacher par excellence. None quite like her. And she's also joined by her husband, the Honorable Mr. Justice Barry Carrington, who is no stranger to many of us in the room. And Justice Carrington, I just want to say to you that you were not the prototype for any of the judges who made a cameo appearance in this book. Several members of my family are also present. I have here my uncles, 3 of my uncles, Carlston Hamblin, who was the illustrator of the book cover, Reverend Trevor Bynoe, Mr. Vernon Bynoe, Vernon's wife, Oreen Bynoe, is also here, and my aunt, Joan Bynoe. Some cousins are here too, Jennifer Bynoe, and Mary and Sharon Corbin, they're in the back. My 2 brothers, my 2 younger brothers, Steve and Dale, are here. And my niece, Maya. Dale and Maya came yesterday from Antigua to join in this celebration, and I thank them for doing that. Family, though, is not just the people you know or are related to by blood. Family are those people who show up for you when you need them most. The ones who have your back. The ones you know you don't even have to ask them. You know they will be there for you. And I have a table of 8 of them here to join me. Mr. Christopher Townsend, here from Jamaica. Miss Nicole Berger, also here from Jamaica. My sister friend Carla Ann Harris Roper, here from Jamaica. Miss Barbara Lodge Johnson, here from Trinidad. Dr. Christopher Malcolm, here from Jamaica as well. Mr. Larry Smith Casey, also here from Jamaica. And another friend who's like family to me, Sandra Hoyt, she's here as well, but she's from Barbados. Also here sharing the occasion with me are my Charlton Chambers work family. We may not always get along, but that's what happens in families. But I'm proud to share this occasion with Ms. Yasmin Brewster, Mrs. Rochelle Vaswani, Mrs. Shelley Daniel, Ms. Sophia Payne, and we have some alumni from Charlton Chambers. Mrs. Sheila Eversley, the longest serving employee. She was there about 50 years, Margot. And Ms. Verla de Pisa. And Ms. Crystal Barker, who's been the one helping you through this evening. I did not forget Ayanna or Helen. They're also here. Both of them, together with the folks at table number 3, the ones from Jamaica, Ayanna and Helen, and Sherry Ann Batson, all of them make up the phenomenal class of 1997 of Hugh Wooding and Norman Manley Law Schools. There were some people who played an instrumental role in me writing this book. And, sorry? Oh, okay. Judith Coombs. She did not even know her name was in the book, but it's there. She's been the one telling me I can write a book for the longest time. Thank you, Judith. Mrs. Ingrid Durant. Mrs. Andrea Marshall Harris, whose name is also in the book. And missing from that group of people who were an inspiration for me as I wrote is Mr. Christopher Comrie, and I hope that he is watching from Peterborough in Canada. My mother is not here, and one of the reasons, well, the main reason why she's not here is because she's afraid of the dark. And I'm serious. She is afraid of what is happening in the country, so she's preferred to watch it online. As I said, there are some people here from Combermere. A couple of people. That's why we sang the school song. That to us is the national anthem. The next another national anthem. And so I welcome the deputy principal, my friend, Mr. Timothy Barrett, who's a Combermerian from that place on Crumpton Street. And Mr. Anson Lowe as well, Combermerian as well. The editor of this book is here, Mr. Robert Gibson, and you'll hear from Robert in a bit. Business associate, Ms. Denise Holford. And 3 people with whom I worked on the Employment Rights Tribunal, and I think we were a phenomenal team, right, Kathy? Dr. Kathy Norva-Rochester, Mrs. Beverly Beckles, and Mr. Dighton Marshall. We also have some extended friends here. Jennifer Thompson-Taylor, who is here with Barbara. Casey Ann Kennedy from Jamaica with Chris Townsend. And Wonder-Ruth-Moisa Stoute, who is here with Dr. Kathy. And I did not forget, there are a couple of people I did not forget, so let me welcome them. Je suis ravie que ma professeure, Océane Gaillard, et ma camarade de classe, Camera Simpson, soient présents ce soir. Bienvenue, mesdames. Je suis profondément touchée que vous ayez pris le temps pour partager ce moment avec moi. Merci. Did I miss anybody? Did I miss anyone? If I missed you, you probably weren't on the list. All right, so I will now ask my uncle, the Reverend Trevor Bynoe, to lead us in a very short prayer. They insisted that it be short.
Good night to everyone. Would you please stand with me? I'm not used to reading prayers, but I've done this, prayed, and I wrote at the same time. Let us pray. A special book launching prayer. Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, our great Savior, we humbly bow our hearts before you, giving thanks for your goodness. Lord, I thank you for Kathy, for the wisdom, the knowledge, and the intellectual ability to write this book. Heavenly Father, I pray that the contents of this book will be inspiring, enlightening, and helpful to generations to come. I pray for its success in sales and distribution, and may all readers find great worth, peace, excitement, and tremendous benefits in reading. May this book be a helpful piece of reading material. These things I pray in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen. Thank you so much.
A couple latecomers. Of course, one of those latecomers would have been Alred Scott, Casey. Welcome, Mr. Scott. And my cousin, Kimisha Worrell. Folks, a great aunt of mine was supposed to be coming here too. We have an empty space. I don't see her. So I'm going to get this show started with or without her. So sit back and relax and enjoy.
Oh, Lord, good night, everybody. Good night, everybody. Good night, everybody. I said good night. Well, Kathy, I know, get here, girl. The bus back down, you know that they don't work on a Sunday. How you doing? You look too sweet. Listen, I think I miss this bus not for the world, you know. Go and sit and rest yourself. You must be tired. Good night, everybody. Everybody good? Let me introduce myself. My name is Mavis Raffet, and Kathy is my great niece. And I tell myself I am missing this launch for the world. So I'm glad to be here tonight. You like my dress? So you like my dress? You like it? A little present for the thing? You know, I nearly lost this dress, you know. I washed this dress because I know I come into this launch. Put it on the line with some other clothes. This morning, I doing my breakfast. When I look through the window, a young girl out there picking up all of my clothes from off my line. I said, young girl, what you doing picking up my clothes from off my line? She said, Mom, I shopping for a line. But I had hell to get here. Listen, everything that's stopping me from getting here. Look, I rush up, I even forget that I had my tea drinking, and I rush up with the cup. But in time, ain't it? Listen, I even forget to put on my petticoat, right? But I'm glad to be here, right? But everything went wrong. The bus went down, so I had to beg a lift. So I see a fellow with a truck. I said, Skipper, I want to get to Savannah. You could give me a lift? He said, Mom, you could get in there, all right? But you got to go behind there because the sheep behind there, because he had a truck. I said, I ain't got no problem. Are you accustomed with sheep? So I climb up on the truck. The sheep look at me, I look at he. He look at me, I look at he. When we get up there, said, Skipper, let me off. He opened the door. He said, wait, madam, where's the sheep? I said, Skipper, your sheep fall off all down when bush down, you know. The man said, wait, you mean to tell me my sheep fall off and you won't tell me nothing? I said, Skipper, if it ain't me that fall off, the sheep ain't gonna tell you nothing either. all kind of things. The last thing that happened with me, you know, I got to get a lawyer. Any lawyer, apart from you, Kathy, you know, you tired. Any more lawyers in here? Oh, but Kathy, Kathy, you're the only lawyer here. But you're going to go and represent me tomorrow because they tell me to go to court tomorrow. They had a big accident there coming up the road. A fella hand get chopped off. I said, oh, Lord, the ambulance come, drag up the man and left the man hand in the road. I said, oh, shoot, but you know with the technology now, you can pick up the part, carry it to the surgery and get it gone. I pick up the man hand, I see a fella say, drop me to the QEHE hospital. I give the people the hand. When they come back out now to the door, the police gonna arrest me. I said, well, you arrest me for? He said, ma'am, we arrested you for armed robbery. But anyhow, it is good to be here and to be able to start this book launch. I tell Cafe I want to be the body to talk enough about this book launch. You understand? Because I had a grand time reading this book. Everybody tell you, this book here, as Bajans would say, it had me good. Yeah? But before I think I know that we got some table names and I want to call out the names of the people so that there's a little family in here because everybody in here connected to my grand great niece Cafe, right? So I met all of my notes for this book launch. So you know when the table, so when I call this table name, I want one to shout out, all right? With the griots, make some noise. Yes, Viviana, make some noise. Look at, when I got the table names here, look at them. When they know the table names, look at the names. Right, so now you know that you're there. So, and that is after her grandmother, Viviana and Georgiana. So Viviana, make some noise. Yes. Is Amici friends? Amici friends, make some noise. But I said, when is she friends for law school? When they lawyers? Is somebody there telling lies? Huh? Oh, yeah. All right, when they lawyers tonight. Waterford and Company, come and me a pussy, make some noise. I tell you, when they come and me, it's easy at all, huh? Right. Charlton and Company, make some noise. They say that one of the work family, right. I hope that when they get to work tomorrow, here, this in the holiday, go along to work tomorrow. John Yvette Posse made some noise. Right. They say there's one of two French class. Huh? CC? Or Vivi? What's it? Or Vivi? Oh, no, let me say Vivi doesn't work. Well, my blood is so strong. But listen, let me tell you a lot about this book. Kathy gave me this book, and I cherish this book. And she wrote a nice little note in it for me, telling me how much she loved me. So I tell myself, I'm going to read this book. So it was a Sunday morning. I went down to church early, cut me food. Who's cut the Sunday food here? Anybody's cut Sunday food? Huh? Y'all know about Sunday food out there? Huh? Y'all don't know about Bajan Sunday food at all? Anyhow, so I cut my food, come down from church, and I start to read the book. I get the cup she gave me, and I fill it up with tea, and I get a slice of cake. And I start to sit down, and I start to read the book. And let me tell you, the book, they're going down good, like a good bowl of cuckoo and flying fish. Y'all know what is that, right? Our national dish, cuckoo and flying fish, with enough okras. They're going down smooth, you understand? And I reading, and by the time I get to chapter 5, I tell myself, but this book ain't a book for the tea and the cake. This book is a book for popcorn and coke. Because it was going on as if I was in a movie. You understand? The thing pulled me inside the book, and I start to read. But I tell myself, but I don't know how far I'm going to be. But so it reminded me, like, anybody here like Cadbury chocolate? So it was reminding me like a little Cadbury chocolate. I said, well, read a few chapters and rest my eyes and come back. Just like the chocolate, you take off a roll, you put it in the freezer, in the back, so you can't get at it. And you go along and you eat. So I read anything. But by the time that row finished, I wanted to go back. So just I go back in the freezer and I take out the book and I read. I start at 10 o'clock in the morning. You know what time I finish? Guess what time I finish? 1 o'clock the next morning. The whole day I read that book. Me and my bladder, they're fighting for the book. Here I tell you. Because every time I wanted to think, I said, well, let me put down, as an old woman, I had to go along, because if I let the book win, I'll fall down. You understand? So I tell myself, oh, I'm going to take my bladder breaks and I'm going to eat my food. But look, that book is something else. You know they say you shouldn't judge a book by the cover? But that's a lie. This book here live up to the cover. This book here, the man, wait there, Gene. Listen, if the pun was intended for Kathy, it was well intended. He ain't had one good gene in his body. That man, the wicked for sore. You understand? And this book put me through every kind of emotion. Who read the book yet? If you want to have the same emotions as me, listen, I feel if I would have cuffed somebody. I feel if I would have gone to kick up somebody, cuff them down. You see, Grace? That woman had me so vexed. I can't believe that this is a woman that doing all this thing. I went through every emotion you could think about. I would feel violent. I would feel revengeful. I would feel a little sad too. Because when I see what happened to this young girl, like tears come to my eyes. And it tells me, you know, that sometimes you got to understand how people get socialized, you understand? Because the victim and the perpetrator, that's what the right word, Miss Kathy, right? Them got problems, you understand? But it give me hope, because, what you call it, the pizza, justice was served. Not hard enough for me, but justice was served, ain't it? So every day got to come, every dog got the day. And I'm glad that they serve it. But you know what I like about the young girl? I know she name. Listen, that girl's strong. It might make you feel strong, right? Where she decided that I ain't gonna let he ruin my life. You know, and mentally she move on from he, although I figure that she's a little too soft for he, but we will see about that. But it teach me about hope. It teach me that we gotta forgive. You understand? She forgive he, you know. I know she forget he, but she forgive he. You understand? So this book here will take you through every emotion. And Kathy, I want to say congratulations. And it ain't done, you know, because let me tell you, this book here got a cliffhanger. Want to notice that? It got a cliffhanger, so I hope that another part coming, Kathy, because this book ain't done. But congratulations on your first effort. And may the Lord continue to bless you and keep you. After all you went through, you're here with me. Give she a round of applause. She here with me. Right. So I can carry on through the program this evening. So we had the Reverend, thank you for your lovely prayer and for the success of this book. All right. Now, you know when you write a book, you just got to employ some people. And Kathy had to get what you call an editor. How you like my editor? And I'm sure that he had a time of his life editing this book, you know. I don't know if he'd feel like me, because let me tell you, everybody here would feel like tearing up some of the pages too, you know. But he edited the book, and this is where we get the final product. And this evening, I'm going to invite Robert Gibson to come and give the editor's report. Put your hands together for Robert Gibson. Come up, Robert.
Good night, everyone. Now, let me tell you something. I don't usually write speeches, but I'm glad I did. People write books for many reasons, but the most pressing one usually given when the question is asked is that writers simply have a story that burns them, and they have to get it out. I believe that this is what Kathy Hamblin, the author of Dirty Jean, Rotten to the Bone, would say. Dirty Jean is not an easy book to read. It's one of the few books that I've edited that has trigger warnings. But the ease of which the story flows is testament to Kathy's proficiency as an author. I, along with many others, I'm sure, pressed Kathy about the origins for this book. Was this a fictionalized autobiography? Was this based in real life? Was this inspired by your practice as a lawyer? All of which I was assured were not the case. In fact, I think one time Kathy had said she was hesitant to put the book out there in the first place because of this very scrutiny. It's even mentioned in the book's acknowledgments that one of the people mentioned is still convinced to this day that the villain in the story is not solely from Kathy's imagination. Yet, I believe even though the story is purely fictional, Kathy's attention to detail in her profession shines through. The characters are well developed, and the antagonist profile read in hindsight as almost too detailed. It felt like Kathy put every single psychological trigger she found in her research into his backstory. But this is not a criticism. This story pulls you in from the very beginning and makes you feel for all of the characters involved. By the time the story ends, you get to see the steady decline of the monster that Jean Ledger became. I won't spoil it for those who haven't read it yet, but several times I found myself screaming at the book, just like our grandparents used to do while watching Days of Our Lives. There was one time that I told Kathy, if he walks away from this, I gonna cuss. And if anybody read the book, you might know what I mean. As the editor, I got a chance to move the book through its metamorphosis from conceptual idea to physical reality. Every part of the process is important, not just making sure there were no grammatical or punctuation errors, but even down to the details, like the typefaces or fonts used in the book and in the cover. Every part of the book is engineered to support the story. This book, with such a sobering tone, would not be taken seriously if we had a font that gave off a jovial nature. In fact, when Kathy gave me the manuscript for the title was in a font named Joker Man. We had to change that. All in all, this book is masterfully done. It, for sure, is right up there as one of my favorite books that I have worked on. It grips you from the first page, and you are, I am sure, forever changed by the last. It does speak to horrific incidences within society in graphic detail, but will be the perfect reading for anyone who loves psychological thrillers. Congratulations, Kathy, for a masterful story for myself and passionate words in general. I look forward to seeing where this book is going to take you, and I'm ready to help you shape your next story from the depths of your imagination. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. You did a good job as the editor. And Robert, like you, I the one, I cuss, you know, and I had to go and say my prayers before I go in my bed that night, let me tell you. And you're hollering, you know, like, as he said when you're watching the movie, you're shouting, yo! Look at this egg, what woman doing? What's she thinking? Look, let me calm myself. Now, be ready to give you a glimpse of the book. And we pick some special chapters for you so that you would have an idea, just to whet your appetite. And this book tells of a story of Olivia Wright, an average little girl from a broken but loving home, who dreams of extricating herself and her family from the iron grip of poverty. So Jennifer Bynoe, attorney at law, I thought they said no more than here, offers us a glimpse into the Wright household, evoking vivid memories of Christmas of old, not just on the fictional Victorian island of which this book is set, but of Christmas right here in beautiful Barbados. Please welcome Jennifer, attorney at law.
Good night, everybody. I know you all want to have the story, so I'm not going to waste any time. Olivia was the product of a dirt poor, strict household. For the first 11 years of her life, Grace, her mother, was a devoted single parent, working one dead-end job after another to keep 5 hungry mouths fed. Her money never seemed to stretch beyond supplying their basic needs for school and buying each of the boys an identical suit of clothes and Olivia a dress in a matching color at Christmas. There was seldom any money left over for luxuries. The children did not complain about the little they received. Grace taught them that love was more important than material possessions, and love was abundant in their home. Despite having no money, Grace was proud. She warned her children against lining up for the free meals provided by the government to public school students. Even though it was a daily struggle, Grace was determined not to depend on charity to support her household. At the start of every school year in September, Grace packed their lunch with such flair that the children believed that the ham roll she had bought them was a luxury item. They could hardly wait for the lunch bell to ring to devour the sandwich, which was nothing more than a thin slice or two of the salty processed meat on a salt bread, topped with half a leaf of wilted local lettuce and a slice of tomato. No one could tell them that it was nothing fancy. It made them feel, at least for that day, that they were privileged. As she got older, Olivia yearned for more. Love important, but it ain't everything. You can't buy nothing with love. We born poor, but that don't mean we got to dead poor, Olivia thought. She and her siblings would sit on the front doorstep of one of the many houses in which they lived and inhale the tantalizing aroma of frying chicken, which traveled in the wind from the kitchen of a popular cook shop. One of these days, we will be able to eat fried chicken and chips whenever we want to, just like them rich people, Olivia promised her brothers. They believed her. Fried chicken would be a welcome change from their daily fare of buttered bread or soggy egg cutters, the aroma of which their classmates disdainfully compared to the putrid stench of a gutter fart. The dream of a better standard of living for herself and her children would be the driving force behind Olivia's gritty determination to succeed. Christmas took forever to come back then, but when it did, it brought immeasurable joy and excitement. Olivia and her siblings relished every second of the season. It did not matter how unappetizing or Spartan their meals may have been throughout the year. At Christmas, the right children ate like kings and hogs. The highlight of Christmas Day for them was the ham cutter, a generous serving of chunky lean ham, a slab of fat and crispy pork skin layered on a bed of lettuce on a warm salt bread. Olivia was blissfully unaware, just like her brothers, at least until they were much older, that the ham they looked forward to mauling had come from a pig, the same animal whose living stench was nauseating, and the consumption of whose dead flesh their pastor had said was an abomination. Christmas was the only time of year that the young Wrights were treated to genuine cured ham. Grace always brought a little ham about 2 weeks before Christmas out of the money Donovan Mason, her former lover, sent from Canada for the maintenance of their son, Chance, the second oldest of Olivia's siblings. Grace would hang the ham on a sixpenny nail in the center of the kitchen. The boys made frequent trips to the kitchen just to jump up and slap their Arnold, happily shoving their fingers in the faces of the other children in whatever neighborhood they were then living, as proof that as poor as they were, they too had ham for Christmas. On Christmas Eve, they lingered near the kitchen window as the ham was boiled for what seemed like an eternity. The combination of the pungent odor of the burning kerosene and the smoky aroma of the ham, occasionally enhanced by the sudden extinguishment of the flame by the wind, was quintessentially Christmas. Ham was central to the seasonal celebrations on the island. Unless it was avoided for religious reasons, the notion of Christmas without ham was almost sacrilegious. Christmas Day was synonymous with eating until they were either violently sick or bloated and uncomfortable. Every Christmas morning, Olivia and her siblings were each given their own frothy bottle of malt with which they washed down the ham cutter. They would find room for a slice of buttery-rich plain or fruit pudding or a slice of coconut bread, baked to perfection with a sweet, moist combination of coconut sugar and nutmeg pressed into the middle and topped with a single preserved cherry. Have mercy. If they were lucky, the older children would get to savor the great cake, which had been baked at least a week in advance. The cake made with dried fruits, which were left to soak for a year or more in brown rum, was baked with blackstrap molasses, liqueur, and stout, and was cured daily with brown rum generously splashed across its top. It was a rum drinker's delight. Breakfast was not complete without a plastic cup of a tart drink made from fresh sorrel blossoms, which Grace had boiled with a cinnamon stick, a handful of cloves, and a bay leaf or two until the water was crimson. Too full to move when the meal was finally consumed, Olivia would curl up on the wooden floor with a brand new storybook, a gift from her mother. No one disturbed her slumber if she fell asleep. The floor had been scrubbed vigorously the day before, months of old dirt carefully removed from the creases of the floorboards. It was the perfect place to sleep off the excesses of the mornings. They would only wake her when it was time for lunch, when the real feast would be served. By nightfall, the ham would be reduced to slivers of cartilage and a roast pink bone with which their mother would make a hearty split pea and pumpkin soup with corn and cornmeal dumplings on Boxing Day. There were no excesses now, no Arnold, no feast, no reverence for or observance of tradition. Christmas Day was simply the longest, most agonizing day on Olivia's calendar.
Thank you, Jennifer. That chapter was nostalgic, you know? Anybody remember Christmas time? Well, someone a little young here, but Christmas for us was a good time, you know. But the only time when I was growing up, the only time you used to get a whole sweet drink was at Christmas time, you remember? Or you get a whole red apple, because in the week, an apple would share 4 people. Y'all too young to remember those days, ain't it? Huh? You too young, or you know those days? Yeah. Olivia was a good mother. Grace was a good mother, you know. She was poor, but she made sure that the special times was important. But then it changed. Things start to, as in Bajan terms, things start to go brown. Everything went wrong. And this next chapter is going to look at something change. You know that sometimes you find somebody how to change? You ever see people change? Well, Grace started to change. Now, Grace, Olivia's mother, transformed from a fiercely independent woman and a devoted mother to a sad shadow of herself, unwilling to or incapable of defending her children or herself against the abuse which surfaces in every one of her relationships. You could imagine that, bringing somebody in your house. Grace evokes a range of emotions in the reader, including anger, as what the editor said, pity, frustration. Grace's weaknesses is understood only when we appreciate the psychological impact of domestic violence on its victims. So now we're going to get Shelley Daniel. She's going to take us on a journey through Grace's early life, which helps the reader to understand why she so easily fell on the wicked gene spell. Put your hands together for Shelley Daniel.
Protocols have been established. Just kidding. Okay. Grace was just 17 when Olivia was born. Her first child's birth derailed the plans Grace's parents, John and Dorothy Wright, had carefully laid out for their only daughter. The elder Wrights had migrated to England 12 years earlier, leaving their 3 young children in the care of John's sister, Esther Cross, and her husband, Richard, the parents of 1 girl. Dorothy worked as a nurse at an infirmary and part-time as a housekeeper, and John as a conductor for London Transport. They told Esther and Richard that their first 4 years in England were hard. They were forced to transition from having their own single-family home on the island to sharing room in houses with total strangers. The only consolation was that their housemates were always other islanders who consciously looked out for each other. One of the toughest experiences for the new immigrants occurred just 6 months after their arrival in England. On an early morning visit to the kitchen for a cup of hot water, Dorothy encountered one of the residents whom she barely knew, casually washing his genitals in the kitchen sink with the dish rag she had hung out to dry the night before. Dorothy's screams, which were fueled by anger and disgust, startled him, causing him to splash soapy water over the teacups and dishes which the other residents had left to dry on the metal dish rack. That incident, coupled with the lack of privacy, which was now a part of their domestic reality, The dreary weather and the subtle and occasionally overt racism to which she was exposed almost daily had taken a toll on Dorothy. She tearfully told John that she was ready to return to the island. John pleaded with her to stay for at least 1 year, reminding her of their purpose for being there. After nearly 2 weeks of coaxing, Dorothy reluctantly agreed. She and John worked long, hard hours to save enough to send home for their children's care. Dorothy hoped that their savings would also allow them to return to their homeland one day for good. When the council gave them the keys to their own flat in Birmingham, Dorothy felt inspired to stay a little longer and work even harder. They kept their promise to Esther. As soon as they were settled, John and Dorothy sent for their children one by one. Grace was 16 when it was finally her turn to join her family. John and Dorothy had enrolled her in a 3-year nursing program and were ecstatic at the thought that their daughter, whom they had not seen since she was 4 years old, would soon be with them again. They were devastated when Esther wrote to tell them Grace was expecting. John made no effort to contain his anger. He wrote to Grace, expressing his profound disappointment with her choices. He assured her that he would still do all he could to have her reunited with them. However, he warned her there was no room in their hearts or home for her bloody bastard. John ordered her to abort the baby, cautioning her that a child at her tender age would surely destroy her future. Grace did not reply to her father's letter. She was adamant that she would not abort her baby, even if that meant she could not join the rest of the family in England. Abortion was illegal on the island, except in rare cases, none of which applied to Grace. And in any event, her pregnancy was already at an advanced stage. Esther conveyed Grace's decision to her brother and assured him that if Grace did not want to give up the baby, she and her husband, who had been trying unsuccessfully for another child, would gladly raise the baby as their own. Grace did not tell her, but the last thing she wanted was for Esther to play any part in raising her child. And Esther was a highly respected member of the Anglican Church, serving on various committees and in the Mothers' Union. At home, she was nothing like the holier-than-thou Sister Cross she portrayed herself to be at church. Esther Cross was a greedy, domineering woman. Her only interest in Grace and her siblings was the £1 note John and Dorothy faithfully sent to her every month for the care of their children. She never disclosed that her brother sent a separate £5 note every month, especially for his children, for pocket change and any little thing they might want to buy. She secretly kept that money secret as well. Her daughter, Sylvie, who was a few months older than Grace, was a spoiled, mean-spirited child who constantly insulted and teased her cousins, telling them, whenever she was upset with them, that their parents did not want them. Dorothy loved shopping for matching dresses for Grace and Sylvie. She took time to write a note identifying which color dress was for each girl. While Sylvie was always well-dressed and groomed, little Grace, the prettier of the two, wore Sylvie's stained and visibly worn-out hand-me-downs. Grace wore the dresses her mother had so lovingly selected for her only after Sylvie had first worn, ruined, and then discarded them. Grace's brothers, Cliff and Doug, ripped the sleeves and collars off their old khaki school shirts, which became their leisure wear during the summer vacation. Their shirts and pants were missing buttons, and the boys' chests were always exposed. By the end of summer, the shorts had developed eyes at the back of the pants, displaying small areas of their naked bottoms. To the casual observer, the right children were destitute. Esther sold the boys' clothing and toys to strangers in the city for a fraction of what John and Dorothy paid for them. She used the proceeds to buy fabric for her beautiful church frocks and hats she sewed for herself every week, patterned off the dresses her brother and his wife sent for her at Easter, Christmas, and on her birthday. John and Dorothy were unaware that the carefully packaged clothing and other items they sent 3 times a year through the parcel post did not reach their children. Not even Richard, who gave his wife a chunk of his bonus to purchase new clothes for his family every Christmas, knew that he was buying from his wife the clothing John and Dorothy sent for the three of them in November. Every month, like clockwork, the postman rode his rally bicycle up to Aunt Esther's gallery, where she stood tapping her feet impatiently. The postman grew accustomed to seeing the sparkle in Esther's eyes as she practically snatched the letter with the British post from his hand. She would hasten indoors, where she would carefully open the letter, remove and kiss its contents. Sometimes she would burn the letter on the 3-burner table model gas stove, which Dorothy and John had sent for her, without even bothering to read it. The tear-stained note which the couple wrote to their children was always the first sheet of paper Esther fed to the flames. Even though John and Dorothy unfailingly provided financial support for their children, once her husband was away from home, Esther fed her niece and nephews bun. The burnt food stuck to the bottom of her pot. They were guaranteed a larger slice of homemade coconut bread only when it was burnt until it was inedible. Esther worked the children hard, while Sylvie, her little princess, played indoors with the dolls and tea sets that were meant for Grace. Often, Esther complained to her trusted church sisters that Dorothy seemed to have forgotten that she had left 3 bigots, hard-ears children for her to mind. Grace and her brothers clung to each other and ignored Sylvie's taunts as much as they could. She dared not tease them when her father, a carpenter who seldom was at home, was around. He had always dreamt of having a big family, and he loved the boys and Grace as if they were his own. Unaware that Esther was concealing the money and goods John and Dorothy sent for their children, Richard Cross threatened to confront John about his neglect of his children. Esther cooled his anger by warning him that blood was much thicker than water. Richard stopped fretting about John and gave his wife a little extra every week to help support his niece and nephews. When first Doug and then Cliff emigrated to England, Grace was left to shoulder Sylvie's insults and taunts alone. She became sullen and withdrawn. Grace had no memory of her parents, who Esther and Richard told her were the couple in 3 or 4 pictures on top of the mahogany cabinet in the corner of their front house. As she grew older, Grace's bitterness towards them grew stronger. She hated them for leaving her at the mercy of Aunt Esther. As her 16th birthday approached, Aunt Esther informed Grace that she would soon need to look for work. She lent Grace bus fare to go into the city, where Grace went from store to store in search of a job. After nearly a week of rejection, Grace was hired as a clerk in a fabric store. Esther was elated. She demanded half of Grace's $80 weekly wages. Although Alvin Newton was her neighbor, Grace had never really spoken to him until she started to work. He worked in the city as a porter, and they caught the 5 p.m. bus to Westboro. They engaged in light banter on the way home, and Grace looked forward to seeing him. She confided in Alvin, a kind, soft-spoken boy whose family home was located on a parcel of land behind Aunt Esther's home. Alvin was easy to talk to, and it helped that he was good-looking too. Their attraction to each other grew quickly. It was not long before Grace was pregnant. From her window, Alvin's mother had seen signs that the 2 teenagers were getting closer, and she cautioned him against getting himself in trouble with Grace. Her resentment towards the young girl had its genesis in a generation-old feud between the Wrights and the Newtons over 8 or 9 square feet of land which separated their properties. Aunt Esther believed young girls should go to school and church and learn how to cook and clean for her husband. She constantly berated Grace about her friendship with that scruffy Newton boy, reminding her that nobody don't buy no touch pork. Alvin and Grace brought the news of her pregnancy to Esther and Richard first. Richard was calm, asking a nervous Alvin what his intentions for Grace were. Before Alvin could respond, Aunt Esther threw herself to the floor, holding her belly and bawling. "I am not about to live in no den of sin, no siree," she declared. She lamented that she could not take communion, sing in the choir, or participate in committee activities, as long as sin dwelleth in my humble abode. She gave Grace 1 month to find somewhere else to live before her pregnancy became obvious. Though not as melodramatic, Alvin's mother, Nidra, was equally critical of her son's poor choice of that whatless red rat. Alvin, I ain't born a fool. You was an idiot to let she tell you down at 18 years. You make up your bed and know you is going to have to lie down in it. Once you know you can't bring she nor she child in at me.
You know, see how Grace, what happened to Grace? Y'all see what happened to Grace? No, Grace get pelt to the wolves. Esther, no, tell me the truth. Who read about they feel against your cuff? Tell me the truth. Esther wicked. Kathy, I would have never do that to you as your great aunt. I would have never do that. So she know, I'm taking the girl money. No, how the girl can think no that the father know and the mother left she out. And then Esther treating she like Cinderella. You understand? So these things wrong. So sometimes, and that is what pushed Grace now to go further now, looking for more love. And end up with the wronger body. That's the right word? The wronger body. So, and now the children's life now start down to more decline. So, in the third reading, her children's lives are changed for the worse. When Grace, desperate for male companionship, introduces them to her new boyfriend, Gary Eugene Jean Ledger, the title character. He just met my skin crawl, even to hear the name. While Grace is blinded by love, Olivia knows instinctively that Jean was troubled. That's where you got to follow your guts, you know. If your mind tells you something wrong, walk away. But anyhow, as the story progressed, it became clear that Jean was no sweet bread. That's in the Bajan terms. You ain't a sweet bread. As Ayanna Young Marshall tells us, this character whom the reader cannot help but despise reveals himself as everything but a loving husband and a devoted father. Put your hands together for Ayanna Young Marshall, our university lecturer.
For nearly 3 years, Jean had fantasized about Olivia, imagining it was he was with during moments of intimacy with her mother. The girl was clever. She did everything to avoid him and was careful never to be alone with him. But if there was one virtue he had, it was that he was patient. Jean knew he would get his chance. He could wait. The opportunity presented itself one Wednesday morning in February. Olivia was 15. The Christmas rush was over, and business has slowed down considerably. At this time of the year, he made fewer trips to and from the port. Jean had collected a load of goods and was on his way back to his boss's warehouse. He heard an announcement on the transistor radio, which kept his company in the truck. Education Minister Mr. Joseph Bain is advising parents and guardians of students attending the Duncan Trent Memorial High School to collect their wards. The school is now closed because of a burst water main on the school premises. Once again, parents, you are asked to collect your children from DTM High School, which is now closed. Picking up speed, Jean hurried to the warehouse, aided in his haste to get there by the light traffic on the road. Olivia was an obedient child, and Jean knew she would not loiter, but would head straight home. According to his calculations, she should arrive home in an hour by 11:30 a.m. Finally, he thought. Finally. Olivia and Sunny walked out of their classroom arm in arm, happy for the unexpected day off. Sunny suggested they go to the city to window shop. Olivia declined, fearful that someone who knew Grace would see her in town and rat on her. She crossed the road opposite her school and waited on the bus stop while Sunny, waving and sticking her tongue out at Olivia, boarded a bus destined for the city. Olivia's school was the only one impacted by the water outage. She had borrowed some teen romance novels from the public library the previous weekend, and she welcomed this rare opportunity to read leisurely on a school day. None of the teachers had time to give them homework. She let herself in with the key Grace had hidden under a rock near the rose bush in case of an emergency. She set her school bag down on the kitchen table, and heading for the bedroom she shared with her brothers, Olivia carefully removed and hung up her uniform. She inspected it, and satisfied that there was no need to wash it for the next day, she reached into the clothes basket at the side of the bed for a change of clothing. The house was quiet, perfect for reading. Grace was at work, and her brothers were at school. Her stepfather would come in much later when night had already fallen. Olivia was about to put on her home clothes when Jean grabbed her and pushed her onto the bed. She was too frightened to scream, but even if she wanted to, she could not. He held her by the throat as he pulled down his pants and, forcing her legs open with one knee, he violently defiled her. After what seemed like an eternity, Jean let her go, and pressing his lips close to her ear, he whispered, "I know you did always want me, and now you is mines, Olivia, right? All mines. This is we secret. You can't tell a fella nothing about we. You hear me, babes? If you tell anybody about this, I can kill your mother first, and I can kill the 401 one by one. You last." Olivia sobbed uncontrollably. "Shut your fucking mouth and go on bed." Shaking, Olivia filled the bucket, using the hose attached to their neighbor's pipe. Jean watched as Olivia washed his filth from her body in the backyard. He hurriedly dressed, and reaching into his pocket, he threw a handful of silver coins on the kitchen table. "Buy ice cream when the van come round." He left the house through the back door. She heard the truck's engine as he drove away. The son of a bitch parked his truck in the next gap, Olivia thought. He knew that if Olivia had seen the truck, she would never have entered the house. Olivia did not know what to do. Avoiding her own eyes, she looked at her neck in the cracked mirror above her mother's dresser. Even though she was dark-skinned, she could still see the imprint of his fingers on her neck. She threw herself on the brother's bed. Olivia, ashamed and inconsolable, eventually fell asleep. The day Olivia hatched her plan to destroy her marriage was etched deep in Grace's memory. She replayed it, wondering, as she did every time that memory came rushing back to her, if there were signs that she had missed. The plan had failed, but Grace blamed herself for not keeping an eye on her daughter after that. Looking back now, she was sure that if she had done so, Jean would have never had to suffer through the humiliation and contempt which was heaped upon him by everyone on the island, including his own family. The night before, Grace, worn out after a long day in the factory, had busied herself making dinner for her husband and children. She rustled up a pot of let's go to the races, as she sometimes called it, macaroni, potatoes, and corned beef. Within half an hour of her arrival, dinner was ready. When all but Olivia responded to her call to come for one of food, she went to the bedroom where Olivia lay curled up, a sheet pulled firmly over her head. "Wait, Libby, you hear I calling you?" When the sleeping child did not immediately respond, Grace struck her 3 times across her back with a wire curtain rod. Olivia sat at the table, pushing her food from one side of the plate to the other. She said nothing. "If you don't eat that now, that's what you will get for lunch tomorrow, Libby. No food don't waste in this house," Grace warned her. Olivia remembered that night too. She could eat nothing. The food was visually unappealing. The corned beef smelled like the ocean, and her stomach was already churning after her ordeal that morning. She struggled to resist the urge to vomit, knowing that there was no shortage of flogging in her household. She could feel Jean staring at her, but Olivia did not look up from her plate. After dinner, Olivia returned to the bedroom, settling down on her own cot in the corner near the back door. It was not long before she heard loud snores coming from her mother's bedroom, and she knew that they were both asleep. Jean was already drunk when he came home that evening, and after drinking a mini bottle of rum with his dinner and relieving himself in the corner of the kitchen, he was out cold by 9 o'clock. The boys had an 8 o'clock curfew, and they had long gone to sleep. When she was sure that no one would hear her, Olivia grabbed the cotton games bag, which she had carefully packed with a change of clothing, the cheese cutter she had not had a chance to eat at lunchtime, the $5 with which Jean had paid for her virginity, and tiptoeing to the door, she quietly unlatched it, easing it open only wide enough for her to pass through.
Now that part of the book had me blue, vexed, angry. How a man lay with a young girl. You know the saying, you just play with the kitty to get at the goat? You know the saying, that saying? Y'all know that Beatty saying? You play with the kitty to get at the goat, but he do it in reverse. Because his real aim wasn't the mother, it was the child. He was a pedophile, a rapist. I got the right term, was rapist or raper? Rapist, right? He wicked. How you could do that? And on top of that, after you get raped, your mother beat you the night too? Lord have his mercy. How much more this girl could take? I now see why she packed the bags and tried to move out in there. The whole Francine said, put wheels on your heels, get out. But it didn't really work out so good. So let me hear what happened going down in the book. Now, after their lives were not, let me read that again. As if their lives were not hard enough, Olivia loses one of her brothers, Luke Andre, to drowning. Luke dies after a few minutes of frolicking at the beach with, who you think, babe? He look a recurring decimal. Wicked one. The burning question on the reader's mind is, was his death a tragic accident, or did Jean have something to do with it? We all think. The book will tell you. The pain caused by the loss of this child was palpable. In this reading, which is done in 2 parts, Maya Hamblin looks back at the incident and its aftermath. A recent UW graduate, let's hear what Maya has to say.
The alarm was raised about 20 minutes after Luke Andre and Jean arrived at the beach. According to Jean, they had run straight into the water and were engaged in horseplay. The two took turns seeing which could hold their breath underwater longer. While Jean was under the water, a big wave swept Luke Andre, who could not swim, out to sea. Jean managed to grab his arm, but Luke Andre panicked and pulled away from Jean's grasp. Grace returned from the city to news of the disappearance at sea of her son. She had barely set down her shopping at the front door when 2 young boys ran up to her shouting, "Miss Grace, you little boy get washed away at the sea." Grace kicked off her slippers and raced barefoot to the beach, followed closely by her children, who were alerted by her screams of "Murder! Murder!" A crowd gathered among them, a group of amateur divers from the neighborhood who bravely searched the water for the child. Some of the neighbors prayed for and supported the family, offering them words of comfort. Jean tightly held on to his wife, who was doubled over, screaming her child's name until she was hoarse. No one wanted to leave, the mother's anguish impossible to ignore. Grace and her family remained at the beach until nightfall. Their prayers and those of their community were in vain. The devastated family returned home in disbelief. None of them was ready to accept that Luke Andre would not be coming home. That night, Grace paced the floor, alternating between screaming and sobbing and praying and cursing. She pleaded with God for a miracle, and in the same breath questioned why he had visited such misery upon her. Olivia was sitting on the floor of the front house, hugging Rain, who had climbed onto her lap, trembling. Marcus and Chance lay next to her, softly crying. Without warning, Grace turned angrily to Olivia, shouting, "This is your fault. I left you in charge of my children. I tell you before I left here, don't let them go in the sea. How we get in the sea? You let my child drown? You kill my child? You lucky I ain't got no strength, or I would burst your ass." Olivia, already racked with guilt, buried her chin into Rain's hair. Her mother's accusations cut so deeply that she thought her head would explode. Marcus moved closer to his sister and hugged her tightly, whispering softly, "Don't cry, Lib. You ain't do nothing wrong. Don't mind she Grace. It should have been me that drowned, Mark. It should have been me. Lukey ain't deserve this," she said through her tears. Jean sat alone on the doorstep, chain smoking and drinking from a flask bottle of white rum. Olivia was certain he had heard every word her mother had said, yet Jean did not correct his wife. He said nothing. He sat quietly and let Olivia take the blame. A body washed ashore, approximately 2 miles from the beach where Jean had last seen his stepson 10 days earlier. The body, which was not intact, was identified by Grace Ledger as that of her 10-year-old son, Luke Andre Wright, by the remnants of the bright yellow shorts in which it was still clad, one of 4 she had hand-sewn for her sons. A daily beachgoer who identified himself only as Froggy told a reporter he saw this ugly big-nosed fella who couldn't miss that nose, holding that little boy head under the water. He only holler for help because I showed and asked you what the fuck he really doing though. That is when he start hollering for help, not before. Froggy said the sea was calm and he did not recall any big waves coming in. There was no one present to corroborate his account. Fearing a defamation lawsuit, the editor of Froggy's statement from the story which he published Froggy's statement from the story which was published the next day. One day after Luke Andre Wright's body was recovered, tragedy struck again when Selwyn Froggy Hayes, 62, was killed in an early morning hit-and-run accident while riding his bicycle to the beach. There were no witnesses. The only clue was the blue paint which was transferred on impact to the victim's mangled red chopper bicycle. No one was ever charged in connection with his death. The coroner would rule on conclusion of the inquest, at which the only eyewitness was Gary Eugene Ledger, that Luke Andre Wright's drowning death was caused by misadventure. Grace buried her child on a dreary, rainy Saturday morning, the dark clouds and steady rainfall mimicking the emotions of the devastated family. The little pine coffin was closed, but was left of the body unfit for viewing. A photograph of a smiling, gap-toothed Luke Andre, taken at his primary school graduation less than a month before his death, sat atop the coffin. In the picture, he was wearing black pants, a white shirt, and a pink bow tie. His brothers wore identical outfits, and his sister wore a soft pink dress with white shoes and white stockings. Luke Andre's classmates gave well-rehearsed, melodious renditions of Shine, Jesus, Shine, Softly and Tenderly, As the Deer, and There's a Friend for Little Children. His Class 4 teacher, Mrs. Howard, paid tearful tribute to a mannerly, outgoing child who was thoughtful, well-loved by everyone at school, and whose light had dimmed too soon. Olivia tearfully read the first lesson, Thomas Jr., Luke Andre's best friend, the second. The mourners, among them uniformed students from every school on the island, spilled out into the churchyard. Most of them were strangers to the family whose grief they shared. Grace appreciated their presence. Despite her distress, Grace could not help but notice the man sitting in the second last pew at the back of the church. He wore a smartly tailored black suit and a slate gray fedora. He swallowed hard as the children sang before the service started. She watched as he eased a corner of his handkerchief onto his extra dark sunglasses, trapping his tears before they escaped onto his cheeks. His tears were not out of place. Grown men and women wept openly for the young boy who could have been their child. Grace recognized him instantly. Her initial instinct was to order him to leave, but she thought better of causing a scene in the presence of so many strangers. He had never met his child. She wondered why he had come, and she suspected that he too must have questioned the wisdom of his decision to attend the funeral. Grace wished he had not bothered, that he had turned around and left them alone. He was a man without a soul. He had no business there. She watched as he walked slowly towards the coffin. The man looked long and hard at the picture of Luke Andre. He seemed to be in shock. The striking resemblance to him of the child he had ordered aborted, the child whose future might have been so different if he were not the lowlife Grace had aptly called him all those years ago, was impossible to ignore. He had sacrificed his son for his political career and his marriage, neither of which was subsisting. He was a one-term politician, convincingly defeated at the polls 6 years earlier. Grace had heard that he was now selling bath gels and knockoff perfume from the trunk of his car. According to the gossip column in the Journal, his beloved wife had walked out on him the night of the election when it was clear that he would not be re-elected. Grace turned her attention away from him. She would waste no more time thinking about him. He was not worth it. Tormented by the decision to disown his child, which he now deeply regretted, the man quietly slipped from the church just as the somber procession began to make its way back down the aisle. The last thing he wanted was for Grace to see him. He knew that his presence would be like salt in her wounds and would only compound her grief and sorrow. He was not aware that Grace had already seen him. He had not seen her watching him before the start of the service. He stood at a distance from the crowd, and partially concealed by a tombstone, Bradley Samuels wept shamelessly as what was left of his only son was taken to his final resting place. As the pallbearers Oh, I paused it.
Yeah.
I got to move it down.
No, hold on.
I didn't see that.
After she finishes, you continue with it.
As the pallbearers, led by a teary-eyed Jean Ledger, lifted the coffin out of the church, Audrey White walked beside Jean and hissed, "I believe in the good book, Eugene. The word of the Lord never failed me yet. Proverbs chapter 28, verse 13 tell you that whosoever hide his sins shall not prosper, but he who confess and forsake his sins shall have mercy. Confess your sins, Eugene Ledger. Confess your sins. I know deep down in my bones you have something to do with this, Eugene, just like how you burned down my father's houses, but God don't sleep and he don't like ugly. You's a wicked son of a bitch. I pray and I'm fasting for you, crutch. Don't confess and see what's going to happen. But Jesus Christ, you're going to suffer like the animal you is, Eugene. You hear what I tell you? You're going to suffer. Mark my words. And I pray be Christ that the good Lord let me live long enough to see it. She loudly hissed. She loudly kissed, the palm and back of her right hand, sealing her solemn promise to Jean.
Lord, have his mercy. This book here had you in trouble. Here we tell you, the rapist, or whatever they call it, a raper, right? Murderer, he's a liar, abuser. You feel like he has something, who feel he has something to do with Luke there? Tell me the truth. Huh? When I feel he drowned, Lowe? Right. I feel so because after the man find out, the man realized that the boy didn't drown, and he too drowned the boy. You know, he killed the man. But this isn't a movie. There's got to be a Belgian movie when we're done with this book, right? But anyhow, we can take a little 10-minute break to give a little to just wet your throat and drink something, and then we can come back with the second part. So 10 minutes break. Thank you very much. gentlemen, did you enjoy your meal? Well, did you enjoy your meal? Well, please give Kathy a round of applause for paying for your meal this evening. Yes, and it was really lovely. I don't usually eat when I'm in front of people, but I enjoyed the little chicken wing. Thank you very much, please. Right, so everybody had enough to eat, huh? You had enough to eat? Yeah, you know, when I was growing up, my mother always made sure we had enough. Just like how Grace made sure that her children had enough to eat, my mother always made sure that I had enough to eat. Because when I asked for more, she said, you had enough. Yes. So, and you know, food is expensive, you know. So when somebody invites you for a little food, take it, you know. But I don't know about you all. No, I am almost 75, even though I don't look it, right? And food expensive, but I don't know about Jamaicans. Jamaicans, where are you? I have some Jamaicans in the house. Make some noise. Make some noise. Right. Trinity's in the house? Yes. Uh-oh. Let me tell you, represent me your one self. Right. Antiguans in the house? All right. Where are you guys from? Y'all from Barbados? Where are you from, Mom? Oh, well, I said, any Bajans in the house? Right. No, in Barbados, for you Jamaicans and Trinis, food is kind of expensive here. But when I was growing up, we could spend $50 on going to the supermarket, right? But no, one time I could go into the supermarket with $50, rice, flour, cheese, tuna, fish, sardines. I could buy for $50, no. Eggs, potato, half a chicken, turkey, just for $50. I could have get all of them with $50. I can't do that now. Too much damn security cameras in there. Right. So we're giving the others a little chance to come in. So we don't want you to be reading. We don't want you to be walking through the reading. So come and have a seat, you know. But, you know, I said, I really need a lawyer, you know. They tell me only one lawyer this year. Right. And, you know, the police nearly locked me up for charge me for armed robbery. No, I went to the supermarket today. I was thirsty. It was hot. I went and get a box juice. I paid for the box juice. I gone outside. When I get out, the security helped me. Madam, come back in. You can't wear sugar. I won't tell him the lies. I had the sugar in the bag for you. He said, but explain yourself. I said, well, look, I went and buy the box juice, and when I was walking up to go and pay for the juice, I look at the box and they say, sugar-free. All right, that's to get your jawbones going. That's to get your jawbones going. But let's get back to this book, this masterpiece by Kathy. This book that has taken us through all kinds of emotions. And one of the things that you always wonder, especially when you're dealing with things like abuse and stuff, how people just first of all abuse, especially children. And you wonder if they just sleep at night, if they just eat at night, and they carry on as normal, and that was Jean, normal. So when the woman claimed that her son get drunk, he wanted the woman. I know he's the drummer, right? So you always wonder what's going through people's minds. So this next poem, ladies and gentlemen, by a lovely lady by the name of Wonder-Ruth-Moisa Stoute, who's going to come and perform for you. Now, through observing her own journey and the stories of friends and even strangers, Wonder-Ruth-Moisa Stoute, a minister of the gospel, poet and writer, has learned to identify and empathize with and grow from the layered experiences of Black Caribbean womanhood. She uses poetry and reflections to inspire hope, encourage healing, and create space for others to see themselves more clearly. Please welcome Ruth doing a poem called A Wonder. Put your hands together for Ruth.
Good night, all, and thank you for the privilege of being able to share one of my pieces with you. Congratulations to Kathy Hamblin. I weep. I weep for your innocence, my child. I mourn the premature loss of your youth, your ponytails with ribbons and baubles, bows, heart-shaped stickers across your pretty little cheeks. You are gold dust and rainbows and Care Bears and cotton candy and frills and Barbie dollies. And I grieve. I grieve the forced penetration of your mind by beasts. The raping of your thoughts by beasts. Thoughts that torment long after blood dries and bones heal and scars take the place of wounds and you fall out now, you're a woman, so nobody think about them things in the past, them thoughts by beasts of lust and vultures, beaks dripping your blood. My God, child is a wonder you could ever live. We failed by thinking that a new sunrise could wipe your mind clean, return to factory settings, or could be tossed into a washing machine on full cycle with all the rest of society's dirty laundry of lies. And we told you, son, you acting soft, you's a little freak, man up. When you were subdued in the shadows by another man up. Brought back, he made you take the climax of his wickedness, his heart blackened in the fires of Sodom and Gomorrah, leaving ashy fingerprints across your forehead, labeling you victim. 'Cause you gonna remember for years and years and then some. My God, child is a wonder you could ever live. There you are. There you are in the classroom, on the playground, in the school bus at a friend's house. There you are in the corridors, on the stage of any hall. There you are on the block, or maybe on the principal's honor roll. Any parish, any family, any race, you wear many faces. But one story which needs to be told. Can I hold you in my arms and say sorry, without you wondering what I've come to take, without you suspecting these hands? Could I hold you in my arms and mold the broken fragments together? You are a hardened person. Your aggression a prison for a child that never grew, never understood love, never was understood in love. Your face etched by anger and pain, anger for your perpetrator, pain for the one who failed to save you. I could be your advocate, but alas, my silence convicts and condemns you. My God, my child, Livy, is a wonder you could ever live. Thank you.
Strong words from the pastor. As a wonder she could live, huh? Yes. Now, after she is violated by her stepfather, Olivia runs away from home. Her flight from abuse is short-lived. She is handed over to the police by her paternal grandmother, a bitter old bat with a long-standing hatred for Grace. Olivia is taken back to the same house she shares with her stepfather. Can you imagine that? From this point on, the abuse intensifies, reaches a head, and culminates in a violent physical attack. Now, Yasmin is going to come and give us now, introduce us to Olivia's father, Alvin Newton, who have repeatedly failed in this role, belatedly vows to avenge his daughter's honor.
Grace wondered now what she had ever seen in Alvin Newton. Her aunt was right. She should never have gotten involved with him in the first place. He had practically no interest in his children, a fact which was evident to Grace after Olivia created the mess which had ruined their lives. Alvin had left her to fight that battle alone. She still found it hard to believe that Alvin was unaware until the day after the incident that their daughter was in police custody. He told her that he was on his way to work on the 6:30 a.m. bus when he heard the news report. Although they had not called his child's name, he knew the moment the reporter said that a 15-year-old girl was assisting them with investigations into the alleged stabbing of Gary Eugene Ledger, for whom a wanted bulletin had been issued, that it was his daughter to whom the reporter was referring. Alvin confessed that he had no idea what could have caused the confusion between Olivia and Jean. He recalled that he had visited them the previous Christmas, and as far as he could tell, everything was fine in the household. He had not seen anything in Olivia's behavior to give him cause for concern, nor had she ever told him Jean had troubled her. Olivia did not talk much. Unlike her brothers, she was always sitting in a corner reading whenever he visited. Alvin knew that Olivia ran away and had turned up at his home early one morning a few months prior. His mother told him then that Olivia was at that age when teenagers rebelled. She figured Olivia ran away because she was no different to her mother. Whatever in the old goat, there's also be in the kitty, Nature told him. Alvin had not bothered to question Grace or Jean about that incident. As long as his daughter was back home safely, nothing else mattered. Alvin celebrated Olivia's return home at the shop that evening. He wondered, when he heard the news, what could have happened this time. He knew it had to be serious if Jean was a fugitive and Olivia was in custody. Grace wished he had not told her all the lies he heard on the bus. Big stinking lies told by a bunch of gypsy sons of bitches who wanted people to think they knew Jean or something about her family. Grace could not believe what these people were saying. According to Alvin, when the news ended, several passengers started to bad-talk her husband. One of them whispered loudly enough for the entire bus to hear that she had been reliably informed that the stepfather raped the girl, and she snapped. Another woman said a friend of hers who lived near the family said she heard that the man had impregnated the child. The conductor, who claimed to have close family in the police force, said he was informed that the girl stabbed Ledger enough times. And based on what he heard, Ledger had lost a lot of blood and he was probably dead somewhere. The more vocal of the two women opined that the girl should have killed him ever since. Several passengers agreed. Alvin told her that after listening to the news, he decided to abort his plan to go to work. He made several stops before he went to Roach Alley. He asked her if it was true that Olivia was pregnant. Grace admitted she was, but strenuously denied that Jean had anything to do with the pregnancy. Just because he live in here, people call his name. That man is a good man, and you know that too, Alvin. You just come here and drink with he. You think he could be troubling you, child, and drinking and eating with you so comfortable so? He would have to be sick to do something like that. Alvin said he did not know what to believe. He told her he had come to see the boys before going to the station to see Olivia. Grace told him his legs were too short. The boys had been taken away by DCFS to an unknown location. Olivia was probably still in police custody, but she did not know which station they had taken her to. Alvin resolved to join the search for Jean Ledger. He told Grace he had something for Jean in his duffel bag, and it was not soup this time. He gave her a message to relay to Jean. Grace could not believe Alvin had openly threatened her husband to her face. Tell God, blame that if I find out that he troubled my child, pray be Jesus Christ that the police catch him before me.
Alvin Newton got a nerve, though. Where he now come from? That child went through the hornpipe, and how now he surfaced talking about he can catch Jean before the police? And what he gonna do? Let me hear my ears do. Where he was when Olivia needed him the most? Where were you, Dad? Chanté, play your sound, darling. This one is called Papaoutai. Papaoutai. Another big round of applause for Chanté White. That's going to be me in another 6 months playing the violin. Yes, and let me give you a little bit about Chanté. We didn't tell you about her, so we're going to tell you a little bit about her. Now, she's 24 years old, and she began playing violin at 5 years old, and she's completed her grade 1 to 8 in violin with the music school, Trinity College of London. So she come with pedigree in terms of her music. She also holds a grade 5 certificate in clarinet, and she also plays the steel pan. And through teaching, she enjoys inspiring young musicians, helping them to develop their technical skills and perform with confidence. And she's a tutor within Joy Knight and Julian Boyne Academies. Please give her a big round of applause. Chanting, right. Right. So we're getting back to this wicked man here now. Now, he abused, he do everything because he had to live up to his name. Dirty Jean was the part, the other part? Listen, the bone, the marrow, everything. Right? Now, Jean has by now lived up to his name, and his violence escalates even further, resulting in the death of 4 innocent people. While he crashes and burns, Olivia, who has not lost sight of her desire to succeed, faces and overcomes various challenges. She carves out a career as a criminal lawyer, even though circumstances, the justice system, her community, and her parents appeared to conspire to ensure she failed. Eventually, she finds the courage to share her story and to advocate on behalf of victims. As Yasmin will come and tell us, Olivia does not seek revenge. She seeks only to empower other women. That is the power of Olivia.
She was the keynote speaker at a symposium on violence against women and children, hosted by a women's group to mark International Women's Day. Olivia had initially declined the invitation. They told her they would give her some time to think about it. The director gently coaxed her, mindful of how painful what they were asking her to do would be, but reminding her that her voice was a powerful one and her story would resonate with pressure groups, legislators, and, most importantly, victims of abuse. Olivia hardly heard any of the other presentations. She was sweating as she sat waiting, praying that she would not freeze on stage or break down in front of so many people. She had spoken to counselors over the years, but this was the first time she would tell her story to a room full of strangers. She almost did not recognize her own name when she was introduced. The director tapped her gently, and she realized that they were waiting for her to take the stage. Olivia was unsteady as she approached the podium. She was petite, her 4-inch heels giving her the appearance of a much taller woman. Her hair was well coiffed and worn in a soft pixie cut. Olivia's tailored gray pantsuit and trendy glasses presented an image of power and success. If only those gathered there knew that a small army of butterflies had suddenly occupied her stomach. Save for the soft whirring of the fans mounted on the walls, the room was silent as she positioned herself at the lectern. Olivia remembered, as she stood before the expectant crowd, her hands trembling, a trick which one of her tutors had taught them to help them conquer nervousness. She told them to find a friendly face in the audience and connect with its owner by smiling. Alternatively, they could imagine one of their most feared lecturers in a colorful tutu and point shoes. Olivia smiled as she thought of Justice Bryce, a cantankerous High Court judge who was despised by court staff and lawyers alike. She pictured him with his perennially bloated belly spilling over the waist of a tiny pink thong and was immediately at ease. Olivia greeted the audience, who responded warmly to her. She told them that her purpose there was to advocate for the establishment of a sex offenders registry, which would be the first of its kind in the region. She spoke passionately about the women and children who were victims of sex crimes, who were forced to live and work in the same communities as their abusers. She gave shocking statistics of sexual offenses and of convicted offenders who were teaching in schools, practicing medicine and law, and occupying the pulpit for hours every Sunday morning. Olivia asked rhetorically whether the delay in the establishment of the registry was a result of fear that society would finally learn that the predators were not restricted to the lanes and gaps and alleys, but that they strolled the corridors of power and were revered model citizens. To rousing applause, Olivia appealed to the fathers, sons, brothers, uncles, husbands, and boyfriends of the women who were present in the room and everywhere on the island to join her in lobbying lawmakers for greater consideration and protections to be afforded to women and children who, statistically, are more likely to be victims of sex crimes. She urged them to sign a petition which the women's organization intended to present to the Attorney General, demanding the enactment of legislation establishing the register. Several heads in the audience nodded in agreement, as she cautioned against disclosing the identity of accused sex offenders before their trial. She reminded them that she was a defense lawyer who believed in the innocence of the accused until he is proved guilty. Until convicted, the identity and reputation of the accused must be protected, just like that of the alleged victim. However, once the offender had been subjected to a fair judicial process, he or she should no longer be cloaked in anonymity. Olivia condemned the double victimization of women and children who fall prey to sexual, physical, and emotional abuse. Women and children should never be afraid to report abuse, but they are. They are afraid because they are victimized repeatedly, not just by their abusers, but by insensitive police officers to whom reports are made, who respond to their complaints with asinine comments such as, "Try and go home and get the man some of that sugar." Officers who ignore bloodied noses and black and blue eyes, but profess to be troubled when the body of a battered woman lies cold and broken at their feet. They are victimized by members of the community who try these cases from the comfort of their armchairs, by those of you who speculate, malign, ridicule, and pass judgment without regard to the facts of the case. No woman or child should be subjected to shaming, nor to the thoughtlessness of some defense counsel who have a duty to zealously defend their clients, but who have no right to put the victims on trial alongside their alleged abusers. Sex crimes are not only physical offenses. There is also a psychological, emotional, and social component to these crimes. The impact on the victims is permanent. These crimes are not limited by age, race, class, or socioeconomic status. You do not have to do anything to fall victim other than love or trust the wrong person. Ask any victim, and they will tell you that their abusive relationship started out perfectly normal. Then, she told them why the issue was of importance to her personally. Her testimony was raw, unfiltered, and riveting. And even though 20 years had passed since the last assault on her, Olivia's pain was evident in every word she spoke. Olivia shared with her audience an intimate account of the abuse she suffered at the hands of her stepfather, whose name she refused to call. She told them of the night the abuse started, how it escalated to near daily abuse, and the dread she felt waking up each morning and wondering what form it would take that day. In a steady voice, which betrayed none of the torment she had experienced for most of her life, she related to her audience the range of emotions with which she struggled, from fear to self-loathing to a feeling of personal responsibility for her abuser's repeated assaults on her. Olivia spoke of a mother who was herself a victim, a battered woman with whom she could not communicate, who ultimately chose her abusive husband over her children. She spoke of her disappointment with her father, who should have been her hero, but was never present to hear her cries for help. Olivia told them she still got chills whenever she thought of two children, her beloved brother Luke-Andre and Elena Riley, neither of whom would grow up or grow old, both victims of her stepfather's wrath. She still awoke at night sweating, thinking about how close she had come to being murdered on the many occasions she had been driven to secluded locations and taken advantage of. She recalled having begged her attacker to kill her when the abuse was too much for her to bear. She urged the women to engage with their children more, and she challenged the men to be the protectors of their women and children that they were intended to be. Olivia was critical of the judicial system and the length of time victims are forced to wait for justice. She told her audience about her own 9-year wait and her decision for her own peace of mind not to put herself through the pain which reliving the abuse would have occasioned. She was electrifying as she recalled the psychological abuse, the friends who abandoned her, the community which shunned and ridiculed her, and the whispers, pointing, and stares she endured once her story was made public. She recounted that once her abuser was acquitted, she was branded, mainly by other women, as a wicked bitch and was accused of lying and dragging the name of a good, decent man through the mud. She reserved her harshest criticism for the hospital employees who leaked her medical records and the adults who should have shielded her when her parents failed her, but who were more concerned with spreading the salacious story of the young girl whose stepfather violated her. Olivia was effusive in her praise for the teachers who stood up for her and for her uncles, brothers, and maternal grandparents who held her hands and were her fortress through those darkest days of her life. She withheld the story of her pregnancy and the child she aborted when she was just a child herself.
You know, that chapter for me was the strongest in the book in terms of bringing to mind the things that victims have to go through, live through, and then try to get over. And I'm glad that we were able to read that to emphasize. It was a bit long, but it showed the importance of reporting, protecting. Although that part can feel so light, because when you is a criminal, you gotta know your face. But use the lawyer, so I have to accept you as my great niece. But that part was really touching, and it's a good book, you know, for law students to really read. Apart from getting vets and stuff, it would help to guide us. So, Jean, I got nightmares tonight again, I could tell you. A missing child. 2 women who vanished without a trace, and a plantation owner that, you can read this all in the book, you want to get a little taste tonight? A plantation owner's mysterious death have all one common denominator. Who is that person? All the victims crossed paths with Jean. His secret is safe for many years. Then Jean, the affable young man with a taste for white rum and murder, tests the wrong people. Let me tell you, that's when the story gets brutal. He fatally meets an end more vicious than any of his victims. And you know they always got somebody to tell you and report what happened. Well, we got our own reporter in this book. Anson Lowe reads an excerpt from the reporter's interview with Jean's aunt, Louise. Please welcome Realtor Anton.
The reporter visited St. Mark, where the Ledger family had originated from, and where Jean was raised before he and his parents abruptly moved to Colchester. He interviewed several of the neighbors in both parishes, some of whom still remember Jean and his parents. His first interview was with Louise Ledger, Jean's 78-year-old aunt. According to Louise, Jean, the son of Phyllis, a dressmaker, and Fitzherbert Ledger, a plantation laborer, was an only child. He was born when his mother was in her mid-40s. He was an unexpected late blessing, and the couple doted on him. Phyllis smothered Jean. She walked him to and from school daily and refused to let him out of her sight. When the other children were outside crabbing and playing cricket, Jean was sitting at his mother's feet, removing base thread from the school children's uniforms and Sunday school dresses. Phyllis was making for little girls in the neighborhood. As he got older, he graduated to starching and pressing the freshly sewn clothing. Jean was a loner and was socially awkward. He was an easy target for bullies who teased him unmercifully. He was just 8 or 9 when the children in the village rechristened him Knowledge. Louise had heard that he got his name because of the size of his nose. One of the older boys joking that it was so large that it must mean that he knows a lot. In time, he responded to it, and the name stuck. Don't let your nickname fool you. He had was too hard, man. He didn't know B from Bullfoot. He failed the exam and they sent him to the hard head school. That is what he uses to call it. That break his spirit. He used to play trump bad. When my brother think he in school, he held him out in the cans the whole blessed day. Eventually, he dropped out of school and was doing odd jobs here and there. He wasn't book smart, but he was good cunning. You see him there. Look, if I didn't know the kind of man my brother was, I would swear that Phyllis bred for the devil. Breed for the devil, sorry. Well, Jean could do no wrong in his mother's eyes. Fitz was a strict disciplinarian who did not hesitate to inflict corporal punishment on the boy whenever he stepped out of line. Jean was the reason neither she nor Fitz had eaten lamb or mutton for over 25 years. Louise stated that her brother told her he suspected that something was not quite right with his son. He caught the boy in flagrante delicto with a blackberry lamb Fitz had recently bought for breeding. He beat the boy, who was about 13 or 14 at the time, within an inch of his life. Fitz was disturbed by Jean's abnormal predilection for sex. He had no choice but to put his lamb down. A string of attacks on young girls in St. Mark and nearby Bethel, including the indecent assault of a 10-year-old hearing and speech impaired girl less than 6 months after the sheep incident, was cause for consternation. Well, no one had called Jean's name yet. Fitz was acutely aware of the boy's obsession with sex, and he had a gut feeling that he might have been involved in one or the other of those incidents. Louise told the reporter that she heard a commotion in her backyard early one morning and rushed to investigate, fearing that a stray dog might have infiltrated her pens. Instead of a dog, Louise found her nephew, clad in nothing but a brief, which did not conceal his direction, laying flat on his belly in the sheep pen. Jean told Louis he was cleaning the pen. There was no sign of cleaning. And more than that, Jean had never lifted a finger to help her before. Louise, suspicious that Jean was up to no good, held and flogged him. Not long after that, she missed Ginger, her overweight brindle cat, who seldom ventured far from home. She had last seen Ginger sitting in the window licking herself. Louise found Ginger 2 days after she went missing, suspended from the mango tree, a wire coat hanger pulled tautly around her neck. Louise's screams brought her neighbors running to her home. She told Fitz she knew it was Jean, whom she had seen standing in the crowd smirking. Fitz confirmed that he had seen deep scratches on Jean's arm a day earlier and agreed that the boy desperately needed help. Fitz cautiously raised the subject with Phyllis, whose response was not at all surprising. "My child's a good boy," she told Fitz. "You ain't satisfied you accusing your own child for being a pervert? You calling a cat killer now too? You should be shamed, Fitzherbert Ledger. Shame. You get on like he's the only boy that ever interfered with a sheep." "All boys does do it. My child is not the first boy to do it, and he certainly ain't gonna be the last." Despite her robust defense of her son, Phyllis started to observe Jean's behavior more closely than before. Long after Fitz and Phyllis had retired one night, she heard a loose floorboard in the living room creaking and the front door softly closing. Through a half-open window, Phyllis saw Jean dressed from head to toe in black, vanishing into the night. She woke Fitz. When Jean returned nearly 2 hours later, soaked in perspiration, they were waiting for him. Jean could not explain the source of the money and jewelry they found when they searched his pockets. They made him strip naked. Fitz beat him with a metal pipe until Phyllis, fearing for Jean's life, pleaded with her husband to stop. Fitz wrapped the jewelry in newspaper and threw it into their pit toilet. He would light the pit as soon as the sun rose. When news of the rape of a young girl in her bedroom by an unknown assailant and the theft of her mother's jewelry were reported later that day, Fitz and Phyllis decided that it was my time to relocate. Louise was surprised that it had taken this long for Jean to meet his maker. Blood or not, her nephew was rotten to the bone. She had a bad feeling when she heard that her nephew was missing, even though she still prayed that he was holed up somewhere with another woman or something like that. 2 or 3 days before the body was found at Melbourne Mansion, Fitz had visited her in her dreams. Whenever Fitz dreamed her, she knew that death was imminent in their immediate family. She knew then that Jean was not coming home. My poor brother must be rolling in his grave. What hurt me is that my brother tried hard with that boy. He didn't let Jean get away with no damn foolishness. He used to wash his tail and lashes, but that licking ain't help. Maybe all them licks only harden he and make he worse, Louise said pensively. Louise paused momentarily, and then she told the reporter, I may be wrong for saying this, and if I am, I beg for this pardon. I really feel that Jean would have turned out different if she'd have let him be a boy. He used to be sitting down there when the people, girl children, come at Phyllis to try on them clothes. She never used to send he outside. Them girls used to take off them clothes in front of he, big and small, women and children. I speak to Phyllis about that. I tell she that ain't right. But as usual, she get on like she makes herself. Because like I tell you, he couldn't do nothing wrong for she. When asked if she had spoken to Phyllis since the news broke of Jean's crimes and death, Louise confirmed that Phyllis was lost in her own world and would never know the truth about the monster she had nurtured. Louise told the reporter that if Jean had done all the wicked things he was accused of doing, she hoped he would slowly burn in hell. Her voice cracking, she whispered a tearful apology to the families whose lives her nephew had forever destroyed.
Thank you, Anson. It's really true, you know. If Jean's mother doesn't make sure that he's responsible, he ain't gonna do that. You know, some experiences will cause children to be who they is. You know that? Am I right or am I right? Am I right? So I was writing down a list of all the things that you could call Jean. A rapist or raper, whichever you want to call that. A murderer, a liar, a thief, animal abuser. You can imagine? Nobody didn't say around Jean. Arsonist, pedophile. The only thing that could save Gina is a bush bath. I am telling you, Lord have mercy. I want you to give all the readers a big round of applause, people. All the readers a round of applause. And now, the final presentation, Reader's Lament. And you know, when I read the book, everybody went through something, you know? And this Reader's Lament is like, Yasmin returns to remind us in this poem written by Kathy, why we all hate Jean. If you hate Jean, raise your hand. Or whatever who put it, one hand and read it. But yeah, oh, you want to kill you now too? Jean, what I mean? That's actually you want to kill Jean? Yeah, all of you know will become murderers in here tonight. But Yasmin returns to remind us in this poem written by Kathy, why we all hate Jean. She summarizes the reader's emotion and expresses the view held by many and shared with the author that for all of his wicked deeds, Jean's ending was not nearly as cruel as it ought to have been. Please welcome back our final presentation. Yasmin. Big, long, watery strokes for truth.
One man could be so disgusting. One man could be so stink. He moved like a saint, but that he certainly ain't. He would have drugged the poor pontiff to drink.
Look at that.
That man was the epitome of nasty. I was cruel as hell, and I did feel like I would reach in the buck and grab he up and pelt some good licks in he. Well, this woman bring he round she children without knowing one thing about he past. She bout clearing he name while he make she child shame. Me? I would have been putting he tail upon blast. Not a thing was safe round that fella. Not the children, not the cat, not the sheep. He beat up he wife and ruined she child's life. Yet, this woman's love for this man was deep. Thing, I get real vexed with that woman, and I say, if that was only me, I didn't take in the blows from a man with that nose. But battered woman syndrome ain't easy. That constant abuse does break your spirit till you believe you do something wrong. Victims need more support from police and the court. They wait for justice about here too long. Look, I feel this man get off too easy. 'Cause if it was left up to me, Willie cut off and saute in a sauce and feed to he whole to eat. The plot ain't really that far-fetched. It ain't nothing too hard to believe. Enough more like he does walk among we bastards who have mastered how to deceive. Believe me, this ain't just another story. This book is a cautionary tale. We must open we eyes, don't fall for the lies. Speak out. The truth has to prevail. And listen, the next time a little girl goes missing, don't be so quick to up and judge she. She might got a relative at home that rotten to the bone, like that ugly ass fella named Jean.
Mistress, a little bird tell me, in fact, I overhear, right, that this and then we last, she writing another book. Yes, another one come. Yes, because that book first book got cliffhanger, you know. Another one coming, girl. Trust me. Yeah, if you doubt me, ask me. If you doubt me, you can ask me. One more applause for all of the readers, including. Right. So we're coming down to a few final parts of the evening. And of course, no book is not a book without a good review. And we had some amazing reviews. So we're going to give you a little taste of some of the reviews that we had from the book. So I'm going to ask Robert to come and give his review from Cristobal, and followed by, have some very short reviews by Ayanna. She's going to do Nicole, and then we have Shakibi. Shabiki? Yeah. Casabon, right, is going to give that review, and then we're going to hear. Ayanna's going to give that one. And then we're going to hear from the lady of the moment. So please give our reviews. They're going to come on now.
Good night again. Cristobal from Canada, she says, Dirty Jean pulls no punches. It plunges headlong into deeply disturbing territory, confronting themes of child abuse, trauma, and moral failure that many would rather avoid. This is not a comfortable book, nor does it pretend to be. If you choose to read it, buckle up. It will unsettle you, shake you, and leave a mark. These pages walk you straight into darkness, and there is no looking away. That said, Dirty Jean also shines light where silence too often prevails. It exposes realities that are routinely hidden, ignored, or minimized. And in doing so, it demands attention. At the heart of the novel are characters who haunt and inspire in equal measure. Without revealing too much, it is enough to say that they linger long after the final page. Excuse me. It is hard to believe this is Hamblin's debut. She writes with the ease, rhythm, and assurance of a seasoned novelist. That ability cannot be learned overnight. It is the mark of a natural and gifted writer. Please don't stop here, Hamblin. Your craft is compelling, and there is little doubt that if you continue down this path, you will become a prolific author.
I am not on the program, but as it turns out, one of the reviews is actually mine, so Ayanna has gracefully allowed me to read it. Kathy gives us an unvarnished look into the seamier side of Caribbean life. The people we meet here are recognizable by any Caribbean person. This is a no-holds-barred ride on the dark side. There are no swaying palms and crystal-clear water here, but exploration of the psyche of the society we call home. The choices people make, the secrets kept, and the pain we inflict on each other through actions and through silence. Get ready. Kathy takes no prisoners. Definitely get this book.
Thanks, Nikki. This next one is from Shabiki Kazabon, who would have been here and tried her best. She says, Kathy, this man named Jean real stink. I can't put it down. Need to get to the end quickly. I'm awaiting the sequel. Loved it, Kathy.
I have three here. Anthony Seal says, this book was an exciting read. Kept me turning the pages for the what next. A Canadian reader, this is an excellent novel with good character development. I couldn't put it down and finish it within 24 hours. I hope that Kathy plans to write more novels. I look forward to reading the next one. An unnamed review on Amazon. A page turner. Could not put it down. I'm glad Jean suffered the death he did. Grace, poor thing. Congratulations, Kathy. And the final one, Kathy Bradshaw says, unputdownable. Excellent. It was very good. Couldn't put it down. Was there to see what happened to Jean.
Thank you. And of course, when you who've not read the book, you would now go through all that what we went through, and we're looking forward to the next book. So it's my greatest pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce to you the lady of the moment, the wonderful, the sweet, the darling, Kathy, who's going to come and give us a little speech. Please, with your big applause, welcome, Kathy!
Anybody notice that I can't handle fake eyelashes? I'm suffering, man.
Oi. How Kathy there? Push it back in the armpit.
Okay, good. All right, so I'm going to read my speech because I'm too tired to actually do some ad-libbing. So I am honored that so many of you have journeyed from near and far to celebrate the publication with this accidental author of a book that almost never was. I describe myself as an accidental author because it was by pure chance that this book came about. It most definitely was not planned, and there was no conscious decision to write a book, this book, or any book on this or any subject matter. This really started out as an attempt to capture as authentically as I could dying or already dead Bajan Christmas traditions. How it transitioned from Bajan traditions to molestation, mayhem, and murder is still very much a mystery to me. I would say that about 3 or 4 weeks into the intended exercise, Olivia Wright, the lead character in this story, took up residence in my head. And like a typical tenant whose rent was in arrears, she stoutly resisted my efforts to evict her. She was the first character, and the rest of the story was built around her. One idea, one line, one character at a time. Those of you who know me well enough would recognize that there is a little bit of me in Olivia. The Christmas baby with a love-hate-love relationship with the season of my birth. The bookworm, the protective big sister to 2 younger brothers, and of course, the lawyer. When I said I would celebrate the publication of this book, someone suggested that I should hold the launch on Nelson Street or in Golden Square, Freedom Park. And I drew 2 inferences from that comment. The first was that that individual perceived this book to be less than, that it was not fit for consumption by a certain stratum of society. But your presence here tonight, the universally positive public and private reviews, and the encouragement you continue to give me to keep writing are enough to dispel, at least in my mind, any notion that this book is not worthy of celebration. The second inference which I drew from that individual's recommendation is that the issues this book challenges us to confront are the exclusive preserve of the poor and the downtrodden, simply because Olivia's life was characterized by extreme hardship. Nothing could be further from the truth. Many women and men reached out to me, and they told me that Dirty Jean resonates with them, that it took them on an emotional journey, that it awakened in them an awareness that they must listen more intently and watch more closely. Some of them have lived Olivia's experience. Some were falsely accused, and all of them are scarred. Whichever side they stand on, they have found within those 317 pages the courage to speak candidly about their experiences, many of them for the first time. I was encouraged by a wife of 25 years to share her story. Her devout Christian husband carried on an incestuous relationship with a minor in their matrimonial home for many years, right under her nose. A woman whose own brother abused her from the age of 7 was finally able to find her voice, and a grown woman shed tears for the first time, having suppressed for 30 years memories of an abusive father who made her preteen and teen years a living hell. And not one of them was raised on Nelson Street. Mm-hmm. Earlier this year, I came across the story of Madame Eugère Reine Amélie, a Guadeloupean who, like Olivia, was abused from the age of 12. Her abuser was her sister's husband. She's 67 now, and the mother of a 50-year-old son who is the product of that abuse. Oh. Madame Eugère was failed by the institutions which ought to have protected her. ostracized by her family, and relives what her abuser did to her every time she looks in the face of her son, who is the spitting image of his father. She said he's the only one of his children who looks just like him.
Punishment.
Though Victoria Island is a fictional paradise, Madame Auger's story and the stories of all the other individuals who came forward to share theirs demonstrate that in real life, experiences such as these transcend generations, cultures, class, and religion. To Madame Auger, Reine Amélie, and all the women like her who dare to speak out, even though they are confined to an emotional prison because of abuse, we see you, we hear you, and we applaud your courage. I did not have the benefit of their stories, nor did I have personal experience when I started to write. So I wondered, am I going to get the emotions right? Am I overdoing, underdoing? I struggled with the content, the abuse, the forms it took, the innocence of the victims. It was as hard to write as some say it is hard to read. Many times along the way, I deleted, rewrote, deleted again, uncertain how receptive readers would be to that type of content. And believe it or not, I struggled with the expletives, especially with the Reverend in the house. Not because I have never used them, because your girl is not a saint, but because I was cognizant of the sensitivities of some potential readers. The reality is that robust language is very much a part of the vernacular, and my aim throughout was to present a raw, unpolished, authentic look at society. In this fast-paced world in which we live, where there are countless apps promising to write your book for you in less than an hour, it took me an entire year to complete this book. It was a part-time project. I was disciplined, so I wrote after work, just a couple hours here and there, whenever I was desperate for an escape from the stresses and stressors associated with my day job. So around May or June, I thought I had finished, and I reached out to a friend who is published, and I asked for some tips on getting myself published. And she told me I was about 100 pages adrift of a novel. She also gave me links to writing competitions and so on, and I checked out a few of them, but the process seemed long and daunting. And although I do not generally consider myself to be a quitter, after that conversation I was done. So I abandoned the idea of publishing a book and went back to doing the things I knew best. Olivia was still squatting in my head and still pressing me to tell this story. The practical side of me tried to quiet her. I tried to persuade her that I am not a writer, and I argued that writing legal opinions, quasi-judicial decisions, and court submissions is in no way comparable to writing fiction. And I was certain I had won that argument when she grew quieter. However, I would later discover that she had still not vacated my cranial premises. And then came summer. Without any warning, life as I knew it was suddenly upended. Uncertainty became my only certainty. Sleep eluded me, and in the stillness of the night, I could hear the beeping of the machines which had kept me alive long after I was freed from them. I spent countless hours listening for changes in the cadence of those imaginary machines, constantly pinching myself in search of signs that I was still here. And then came that voice again, drowning out the sound of the machines. I felt an urge, and indeed an urgency, to write again. Many challenges lay ahead of me, but I resolved to try to finish this project just in case. Those long sleepless nights were my most productive. Part of the healing process involved quietly setting short-term
attainable goals for myself. And I called on reserves of grit and determination, which I did not know I had, to achieve those goals. There were nothing major. Goals such as defying the occupational and physical therapist and negotiating the stairs in the dead of night when my household was asleep. Applying my eyebrow pencil in an arc rather than the crooked, many directional lines, which was all I could see to do for several weeks. Baking lasagna for my nephew Chris from scratch and publishing this book by year end. That latter challenge gave me something to look forward to. Faint hope that year end might actually be in my stars. So in late October, I picked it up again. Olivia's voice grew louder, and as it did, I rewrote about 55% of the book, introduced several characters, and weaved together pieces of the story, which was then fragmented like a jigsaw puzzle. I did all of that with impaired vision. I used the read aloud feature in Word. I found that to be an invaluable tool. So I gave my uncle over here, Carlson Hamblin, who's an artist, a bare outline of the book, and I asked him to create the cover. This is his interpretation of that synopsis. And he knows that I am very happy with the result. I wanted the little chattel house, which is quintessentially Barbadian, to be a prominent feature. But I also wanted to show that the little house could not contain Olivia, that she would one day grow bigger than it. He was able to convey poverty, pain, and sadness in the expressions on the faces of the children. I had a couple of people tell me the little boy looks like someone they know. And by the way, Carlson is a talented artist whose preferred medium is watercolors. He's modest, but his work is hung in offices and good homes across North America and Europe, and I believe in the Caribbean as well. In early December, on the recommendation of a friend, I contacted Mr. Robert Gibson. By December the 10th, we had a signed contract, and 19 days later, I was over the finish line, and we were uploading to Amazon. Don't mind what Robert told you all tonight, right? Robert believed in this book from the moment he got it, but he said that my punctuation almost drove him insane. When the book was uploaded, I felt like I had just experienced a death in the family. And then the nerves set in. What if no one likes it? I'll be honest and say that I did not look beyond publication. I am so accustomed to not putting myself out there that marketing and promotion are aspects of this process with which I now have to familiarize myself. I'll be honest and say I've already tasted that bitter pill called rejection. So I went with my fast self, right? And I reached out to a bookstore and I asked them about carrying a book. And I want to read their response. It was terse. Quote, "Unfortunately, we are not processing any additional vendors' accounts to our current listing, so I will not be able to stock your title." End quote. When you have been examined by doctors in every branch and subspecialty of medicine, and you've been subjected to practically every diagnostic test known to mankind, and you have been told by every doctor who has seen you that you are very lucky to be alive, a bookseller's rejection is of no moment. The Kathy of yesterday might have felt down for a couple of days or longer because of that experience, but this woman, carved and chiseled by that close brush with death, is unfazed by it. And I understand that this is par for the course for creatives. I cannot speak to the availability of resources to assist new authors because I admit I did no research. For me, having a bestseller meant being able to get 10 copies of this book sold. I figured that I could scrape at least 10 friends whom I could bamboozle into buying the book. I ain't get all right yet, right? But I am pleased to report tonight, people, that I have surpassed my target. And I have not had to threaten or drunken any of the 11 people who bought the book. Pardon? And I have a fan. I have a fan. Thank you, Barbs. I would say, though, that for people new to the arena, your head has to be on because this is a very fertile environment for exploitation. What you may not know is that there are several authors in the room, and some of them told me that those who do this best do it for the love of writing, because the author benefits the least from their work. I think I get like 10 cents from Amazon for each book sold, or a little more. That notwithstanding, I feel inspired to keep writing. Future plans for this book include introducing it to a wider audience beyond Barbados and working with local voice talent, whom you heard tonight, I'm not going to say who, to create the audio book version for the many people who have been asking for it. So I want to thank you all for your support. Thank you for reading, for the feedback, for sharing the book, and for encouraging readership. A lot of this would not have been possible without my mother, without whose help I could not have been able to depict accurately island life in the 60s and 70s. So when I was first writing, I would sneak up and ask these questions about life back then, trying to pick her brain, you know? And then one Sunday she asked me, "Wait, you writing a book?" I want to thank all of you who quietly supported me as I crawled back to this side of the fence, including total strangers who prayed steadfastly for my recovery, my nurses Eduardo, Ramon, and Donald, who are the absolute finest critical care nurses you pray never to have to meet. But you are grateful, you are fortunate to have met them. There are two people, one of whom is not here in person tonight, to whom I will be eternally grateful. One of them is Sandra Hoyt, who stayed with me almost every night in that sub-zero room and extended her stay to see me through what for her must have been a terrifying experience. And Mr. Lloyd Hamilton, for whose support there are no appropriate words. I neglected, when I was introducing my classmates earlier tonight, to mention a very special young lady. Her name is Shabiki Kazabon. Her review was one of the ones which Ayanna read for you, short and sweet, but she didn't put it in the Trini accent as I told her. But Shabiki wanted to be here with me tonight to celebrate this occasion, but she had a conflict. And you know what? Shabiki flew into Barbados on Friday night, late on Friday night, and she left this morning. That's the power of friendship, you know? And I also want to mention as well Kay Williams, who also wanted to be here but could not be here. And my dear friend Lisa Campbell also wanted to be here, but she could not be here. Solid, solid, solid support. And I cannot close without thanking all those persons who made this evening's event special. I want to say, first of all, thank you to my great aunt. For those of you who don't know Jennifer, Miss Jennifer Walker, a renowned Barbadian actress. She was great, wasn't she? Give her a round of applause. I will tell you, Jennifer loved this book, and her assessment of it is honest. And through this book, I have found a friend in Jennifer.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you as well to Robert, although he lied. We good, Robert. Yasmin, who you heard quite a bit from, and wasn't she wonderful? Oh, yeah. Yes. I think Yasmin has a career outside of the law. She's doing very well in the law, but if she wanted a side hustle, this could be it. Jennifer, my cousin Jennifer Bynoe, thank you, Jenny. Shelly, our office manager, thank you. Ayanna, who asked me if I wanted help with anything. So yeah, thank you, Ayanna. Maya, my niece, and Anson, thank you for the readings. Chanté has left, but I want to thank her for those beautiful renditions of As the Dare and Papaoutai.
Oh, yeah.
She was lovely. Brittany, who set the mood on Steel Pan. Tonight was perhaps the first night a man ever stood me up. There was supposed to be a man playing Steel Pan. And then he called me yesterday morning and told me he's stuck overseas and he's sending a woman. But she did well, and I want to thank her. Yes. I also want to thank some Combomerians in the house. Well, they're not in the house, but Trident 10 is a Combomer outfit. So thank you for facilitating the live stream. Our roving reporter, photographer is Mr. Kevin Phillips, also Combomerian, up and on. Y'all will hate us after this, won't you? More. Keisha Brathwaite, my cousin, did this beautiful balloon display. She's not here, but yes. Crystal. I can't forget Crystal. Crystal was there as my girl Friday, doing everything to make sure that everything ran smoothly. Thank you, Crystal. Talia, who was also helping at the door at last minute, she came and she assisted me, but she had to go early. So I want to thank her. And I want to thank Ariana and Alicia and the team here at Savannah who worked with me to get this done exactly as I wanted it done. Thank you all.
Thank you, everybody. That's a,
How could I forget Ruth offered her talent?
yes. Thank you, everybody. So for our final going down, we're going to give you a chance to make any comment, ask Kathy anything. There's about 3 or 4 or 5 of you. All right, so if you want to make, a comment, right, so she's tired. So floor open to a few of you to make a comment, and then we'll close off. So, yeah.
So good night, everybody. I know we're not going to be here for much longer, but I am the designated spokesperson for table number 3. Certainly, Kathy Ann, we are delighted at the fact that you have been able to accomplish this, to finish it. I remember when you reached out to me, and I gave you some things, but anybody who knows Kathy knows that she is one of those persons that's gonna go digging deep to find everything. She's an amazing person. And so say all of us? Yes. That's right. So from your class of 1990, 97. We are just absolutely overjoyed that you have added to the creative space. It's certainly, when I determined, because I got one of those first books on Amazon, and I'm not going to lie, it took me a while to finish it. But I determined that I was not coming here tonight without finishing it. And my colleagues who have not yet read, I'm sure. I didn't look at you, Chris. They say when stone throwing the big pen, the one that ball out is them get lit. Right? I'm sure we will all share with you our views and our comments. For myself, I am struck by the resilience of Olivia. That's what I take away. All the rest of the story is all good, and the cliffhanger, yes, I don't want to know who that old man is. But just the resilience and her capacity to continue to go forward, which is indicative of yourself. And so, I just want to say, on all our behalves, write some more.
Thank you. Anybody else? Come on quickly, the night is going. Come on, people, I'm sure you have a look.
Yeah. Good evening. Well, as Kathy said, I should call her what we call her. But anyway, as Kathy said, when she put this story for the book cover to me, and they said, like, just tell me what you want, and I sent back a few little, sketches and that sort of thing. She said, like, there's not enough sorrow in the kids, and she's very demanding, if you know her. So I said, well, look, anytime I put art on paper, I charge good money for it. So every time you tell me, you want this and change and that sort of thing, it means that that's money I'm losing. Anyway, so I then, and this is where the world is going now, I then integrated my art with AI. And because all of us are going to be out of jobs, yes, no. Only lawyers will be less standing. Yes, because AI is going to take over, right? And it has gone into a lot of places. And, I came up with that. And then she was going to do a little, she wanted to do, I think, something for the promotion, something like that. And she sent, something for me to look over. And I said, well, that language is too harsh. It will run people. If you're putting that out to people, you got to draw people in. And then, you have a pretty front door and thing, and you call in people. And when people come in, and then they open the door, and they see you're a very untidy person and rotten boards and things. But you got to get them coming. You can't put on a rotten front door. So I told her, just cool down the language a bit, and then you can explore when you get into the book. But I'm feeling a good vibes in this room from all the people from diverse places and things. And it put me back to, I was in Uganda, and I was at a show, and the atmosphere was like this. And then I realized when I went to Tanzania that it was the same thing, and then Kenya, it was the same thing. And the camaraderie and everything that I experienced here tonight took me back to Africa, and the book itself, and the development. And when I was sitting down there and I was listening to Christmas, and you know, and the ham and hang up and all the imagery was like something else. It was just there. And I actually had to move away paper to see if there wasn't ham somewhere around there, because I could smell that ham bag hanging up when it was describing that. Okay? So thank you, and that's all I have to say.
All right. Anyone else quickly? Yes. Come, darling. Come.
Good night. I am cold. Very cold. I am. I don't wear people clothes. I white jacket. I go.
Go over there now, see.
First time a man ever give me something, I wear something. Jacket. Anyway, I'm not, you know, the tech person, so I had to get my daughter to pursue the book for me. But when I got the book, and I was looking through the pages, and I saw the introduction, and I saw my name, and I went to bed for that book. I read the book in one night, just because I saw my name. I am Olivia. I didn't get the sexual exploit, but I am Olivia. I read that book 5 times. Every time I finish, I want something to do. I just sleep in that book. I got it there now. I could totally go home tonight. Number 6 gonna start. Because I was behind this girl all the time, begging for a book, begging for a book. So when the book come, I just had to get the book. I feel like it broke my heart. Like a poem.
Thank you.
Kathy, just on behalf of Christopher and Barbara and myself, a little token. We know writing a book is not easy, right? But so we just want to say, huh?
Words?
So it's Listen, did you hear me talk about secrets? That was a secret, right? But enjoy.
Thank
All right,
you.
and congratulations.
Thank you.
One final comment? Yeah. Oh, good. So we have some presentations. So Kathy, come.
Wise to present you with the prayer. Let us see. On behalf of the Bynoe family, I present you this prayer, and you can say it yourself at times. God bless you. You can share it now.
Yeah, I'll read it. Okay. The lashes hurting me with the glasses, but I'll try. This is a prayer for those of you who may have missed it at the beginning. A special book launching prayer. Imagine I get a prayer.
Amen.
Almighty God, our Heavenly Father. Do I sound like a priest?
Yeah.
In the name of Jesus Christ, our great Savior, we humbly bow our heads before you, giving thanks for your goodness,
Lord, I thank you for Kathy, for the wisdom, the knowledge, and the intellectual ability to write this book. Heavenly Father, I pray that the contents of this book would be inspiring, enlightening, and helpful to generations to come. I pray for its success in sales and distribution. Alright, please buy one. And may all readers find great worth, peace, excitement, and tremendous benefits in reading. May this book be a helpful piece of reading material. These things I pray in Jesus' holy name. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Amen.
Amen. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, go in peace and serve the Lord. It has been my pleasure to be your host this evening. Kathy, they need some people to sign some books. I don't know if you were supposed to come early so you can get your book signed, but she'll accommodate you. Ladies and gentlemen, did you enjoy the evening? Please give us one big round of applause, everybody. Thank you. I go home and drink my tea. Good night and God bless. We thank you.